Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Pokemon Snow. I'm your host, the Gold Crow, and with me I have four of my wonderful friends with me. I will give the floor to Ice to recap what happened on our last action-packed episode.
Well, action-packed it was, considering that last time we ended up fighting that Mecha Slandzilla. Uh, Highlights include primarily, let's see, Malcolm repeatedly pulling mechs from far further away than you'd ever expect. Um, Proteus shoving shrooms down Dante's throat and uh, getting clocked by him after Malcolm tried to pull him back, harpoon style. But it was fine because he just got back up in the same turn. And what else? I swear there was another great moment.
We
I
almost
know I'm going to
died.
be forgetting.
We
Nick
almost died.
Nick blowing a fuse, literally.
I feel like I'm actually forgetting that one when you say fuse.
He walked up and hit this Salandit who exploded. And he had one hit point left.
Oh right, yeah, the mech blowing up and then all of us being in a pretty bad situation at that point. But other than just kind of dealing with the mecha, uh, it's not Godzilla, but Um, what else? There was the chat we had with Estelle that was way before, but at this point, I feel like I'm blanking on that, so you'll have to forgive me. Which point? I think we just kind of got back, and then uh, Proteus tried to make another costume, only for it to be destroyed by Malcolm exploding.
I rolled like a 13 on it, so it was fine.
I know I'm forgetting more. I apologize.
Uh,
Um,
yeah, you took back a mech with you, too, and
right.
you had blueprints and a few items. And you leveled up. So,
We did level up.
as
Hence Malcolm exploding.
yeah, disintegrating the dress you were stitching together, Proteus. So yeah, why don't we go through the level ups of all of that? So let's do it. Just let's start from the Discord order. So what did Proteus get with his level up?
I got to wizard level 5, so I got memorize spell, which lets me short rest, swap one spell. I believe it is you can do this as much as you short rest, actually.
Yeah,
And then with it, I picked up three level 3 spells as per illusionist shenanigans, and that would be illustrate duplicate, storyteller's emergence, and deceptive rescue.
yeah. Well, anyone watching probably doesn't know what those do, but we'll see.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, and yeah, we'll go to Dante next.
Okay, so funny enough, I also just hit 5th level, except in clerics. Now I have Seer Undead and access to 3rd level spells. So, you
Yeah,
know, Spirit Guardian, that sort of thing.
yeah.
Revivify.
You're more malleable of what you could just have there.
Mm-hmm.
What does the Seer Undead thing do? It's like kind of
Seer
turn
Undead
undead.
is just, it makes Turn Undead also do damage.
Ah, yeah,
So,
yeah. Zombies beware.
I thought it was the other way around. It made like your damage thing frighten undead.
I thought they just ran away with the first one, and
the Turn
Seer.
Undead is just that it causes fear, and
Oh
then
yeah, yeah, yeah.
uh, Seer Undead is that it now does damage radiant damage specifically if they fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5d8.
Equal to your wisdom mod.
And yeah, since you're kind of you're kind of like, well, you're not really like Proteus. You just switch in whatever you want is on the cleric spell list. So we'll see lots of things, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Third level cleric has actually got a lot of neat stuff. Or spells, anyways.
And Malcolm.
Malcolm got Feral Instinct, which gives him advantage on initiative rolls, and I typically need that with my initiative rolls. And Instinctive Pounce, which lets him move up to half his speed on hang on.
On a rage.
A bonus action that he takes when he enters his rage, and he has almost 90 HP now.
You know, he's just gonna go first. He's gonna go fast, and he's gonna go smash.
Yeah. Almost in the triple digit club. A very exclusive club. But, and then finally Nicholas, what did he get as a known caster?
Sorry, give me a second. Well, at level 7, bards get counter charm, which is actually good now, I swear. It isn't like the old one. Now, Nick can just, as a reaction, cause the charm or frightened condition on an ally or himself to be re-rolled at advantage, and it doesn't cost anything to use it aside from your reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's basically super advantage because the guy rolls it once, and then you say, "Do that again, but better."
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Because it only kicks in if they fail. You don't have to preempt it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it specifically says if they fail a saving throw.
Though, if it hits you, you're probably doing it to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, counter charm's nice, and because Nick is a not a multi-classer, he gets his 4th level spells now.
Yeah. I forget what exactly some notable standouts for 4th level bard spells are, but there's got to be some good ones in there.
Oh yeah, Nick got for his 4th level spell, he got one that's probably not useful on most other people aside from him. He got Font of Moonlight, which basically allows him to glow, allows his attacks, each of his attacks to deal... Oh, it allows him to glow, it gives him resistance to radiant damage, makes each of his attacks do an extra 2d6 radiant damage, and he can use his reaction upon taking damage to try and blind a creature who attacks him.
Yeah. Pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So yeah, no, Nick's, I like to imagine he cast that by just doing some sort of dance and suddenly all his weapons are glowing or something like that.
Yeah. Pretty cool, yeah. So, level 7 characters. But let's cut to the adventure. So, you wake up. Maybe the level up happened in the middle of the night when you were using the robes to stitch that dress together. So when you wake up, there's just like a disintegrated robe, but you feel stronger. Yeah. So I will. You guys have just woken up inside your luxurious suite of Loom Hall Hotel.
And as we wake up, Nick looks incredibly not in a good mood right now, as he probably orders a quick coffee and slumps down while he waits for it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess first point of business is you guys are gonna go to school, and I guess I'm going to work.
You sure you can't do that after school?
Well, I didn't say when I should be there, and considering most people work in the morning, I'd rather not risk that. Though
Oh.
before we go, I would like to make a second attempt at making this uh costume for Ivy.
It would take a few
Like
hours to make.
like long rest only.
Yeah, when you're kind of doing nothing in the middle of a well, unless you want to commit your day to it. I mean, that's kind of the trade-off to it. I mean, you could, well, how would I want to do this? You could do it in increments instead, but it will require the DC for perfection is less, but it would take over the course of time to make.
Also have to make more checks total at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's probably better to wait till the end of the day where we can just burst it down with all the buffs.
Yeah. So, is there anything else you would like to do?
Well, Nick's just gonna say, all right, go ahead. Just if they ask where you are, I'm not giving them an answer.
Well, we're not expected to be there every day, so.
No, we aren't, but still.
And besides,
This is our cover.
Malcolm basically is only there the second half of the day anyway.
Yeah, you do you. Nick just finishes his coffee and says, all right,
Well,
let's get.
as like the breakfast you ordered like coffee and basically breakfast, right?
Probably, yeah.
While you're all sitting down having the breakfast, there is a knock at your door.
Malcolm rolls over to it and opens the door.
You see a Roserade with the sickly green eyes standing there with a smile.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
May I come in, please?
Okay.
Sure. I want to make sure that this isn't Arlo.
What do you want to do?
Just the investigation, make sure it's not another hat of disguise thing.
All right, it's a simple DC 15 investigation check if it is a hat of disguise.
If it is a hat of disguise, 29.
It is
Oh my
not.
god.
Gosh.
It is well, clearly she is this is not her true form, apparently. And you can't really see through that, but you know for sure this isn't a disguise self or a hat of disguise.
Yeah.
Nick gives a sign, says, all right, come on in.
Yeah, and she pleasantly walks in.
Malcolm shuts the door behind her.
And then her face instantly goes, like, narrow and furious. And she walks over to the table where you're serving breakfast, and she slams a note down on the table that says that. And one other detail about this note, at the bottom of it, there is a symbol that looks like an eye that is very familiar to Nick, Dante, and Malcolm.
3 eyes.
No, it's just one eye.
It's not what I mean.
Do you know what this is?
Death threat.
That's the murder, I imagine.
Yes, a death threat to me from the murder, yes. And, well, if I had the faintest suspicion you were behind it, I'd have already filled this room. I'd turn it into a poisonous sauna. But I know you wouldn't be stupid enough to threaten me and join the production in the same breath. So, congratulations, you're in the clear.
Yeah, well, it was part of this reason we wanted, well, other than people quitting and wanting to give you your chance, that we wanted to be a part of this is to stop this from happening.
I'm not surprised that the murder was decided to do something like this. 3 eyes is getting real crafty.
And Giovanni is losing his mind right now. He's talking about canceling the show. Can you believe that? The only good thing he's produced in years, and he's ready to throw in the towel. The only thing... Another thing that maybe puts you in the clear is that merchant friend of yours is clinging to his coattails like it's made out of gold. Talking about merchandising rights or something. That greedy little...
Yeah, she's getting eyes on the plane. That's more or less what she's here for, so...
I'd handle this myself, obviously. But see, there's just this teeny tiny problem with a dragon flying around the city in front of nobles and investors potentially getting involved into this production we have on. And people tend to panic when their prima donna starts melting faces. I know, ridiculous.
Oh, don't you worry. If the murder's gonna be there, then they're dead. I'm not gonna let a single one of them out of my sight alive.
And you, she looks at you, Nicholas, are falling into the same trap my mother and my idiotic brother fell into. You think you're way above them, don't you? You think they're just easy to cut down.
I don't really care about the ease or not.
Well, that's how you end up dead at the bottom of a cave like my family. Is underestimating your opponents. But you see, I am not like my mother or like Hemlock. I know I'm not untouchable. I've seen what happens to dragons who think they are. And you've seen it too. You did it.
Yeah,
I
can think of
Blair with his own unamused look.
So, that's why I'm here. Here's the little twist. I need your help. You killed a dragon, and now I need you to protect one.
Well, I think we were gonna do that anyway.
Well, Giovanni is probably going to throw gold to get more security, but see, I'm smart enough to know that I can't trust the Deuterium Corporation. They'd sooner sell tickets to my funeral than guard to hire. I need someone competent, and someone clever, and someone already inside.
At the very least, we know the entry points that they're looking to secure, though I imagine they're also going to have a few members in the audience itself.
Yes, this pretentious little poetic hit on me does not specify where they're going to do it. They're just specifying when it's going to happen. It's during the climax.
Well, we spotted where they came in the first time, so chances are they're probably going to try it a second time.
We'll have to keep eyes all over the stage wherever we can.
If
Don't
I
you
were
just
them,
kinda-
I would have multiple contingencies. I wouldn't just rely on one strike. I'd have someone up high, someone down low, and someone behind stage. So
Don't you
I
just
would want one of us in each of those locations to cover that ground.
But-
looking back over the note again, he just kind of looks through the last bit. It wouldn't surprise me if their plan is to make a show of it, so they'll do it during the whole act itself, rather than before. But you know, can't
And-
be sure with any of this.
And yes, while I am like this, I am very vulnerable. And I don't. Let me be crystal clear here. I don't entirely trust you yet. Like, you probably don't entirely trust me, don't you? Like, you're wondering when I'll snap? Just like Belladonna and like Hemlock? That I'm just a green-scaled liar playing a long con? And maybe I am. Or maybe I'm even worse. But I haven't done anything to hurt you. And honestly, and I hate saying that word, I don't want to. But I don't want to die singing on a stage in front of an audience. But my hand is forced, and you're the only ones I can ask. So if you're not here to kill me, then maybe you can keep them from doing it.
That's the intention. We know at the very least, more than likely, if they're off to kill you, they're holding a specific item. And if they're holding a specific item, then that specific item can be tracked by magic.
Well, potentially I never had love for using magic. But I'll tell you what. If you do this and I survive, I'll owe you. A favor, a debt, whatever.
Very well, we'll consider it a deal then.
I do not rescind anything I've already told you. Those are the reasons I'm helping you, and they maintain to be my reasons.
Well, the thing about words is they're meaningless. I could say a lot of things too, but... well, the less I say, the better.
Obviously, the actions speak louder than the words in the end.
I could be leading you right into the trap for the murder. That's why words mean nothing. In fact, I know they don't like you. So who's to say I'm not working with them? And that's my point.
Proteus says, well, for one, we know for a fact that their current benefactor wants you dead. Because he definitely spoke with his actions. And that's why we choose to believe you, is because we believe we have a common enemy. And besides, likewise, we have been, or at least I have been, trying to increase the play's production quality. I want it to be the best it can be.
She eats one of your tarts.
The goal's been more than just production quality. We're trying to make sure everything about this can be better. Make sure people actually know. Find ways to get them interested.
And if I am to believe
And
you, why? Why do you want to do this? You killed... I don't know if you were affiliated with the ones that killed my mother, but you were definitely the ones who killed my brother who didn't take a second to hear him out. Why me?
As I told you before, I want to give you the chance to choose what you want to be. As you said before, you aren't harming anyone, and I believe in innocence before proven guilty. Even if you might have the intent to become guilty, you still have not crossed the line. And so I will continue to do my best to support you for as long as you remain innocent.
You're just
As
asking to be taken advantage of.
and then uh, and then Proteus responds, perhaps, though it
That's
seems
pro.
like someone else is taking advantage of you, given the fact that they are trying to infiltrate behind you, kill you, and have someone who will know exactly when and where you are going to appear.
This benefactor of yours that you told me about. He's the one who told me to kill my brother.
Yes,
And why did you listen to him?
because he already had crossed the line. He already killed someone we knew and was continuing to do so.
No, why did you listen? What did he give you? To go kill a dragon.
We were after him anyway. We'd received a note referring to Hemlock beforehand. He just confirmed our suspicions and gave us a means to accomplish our goal there. But when he wanted to continue to send us down this path, I think thought that something was suspicious about it.
Fine.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of sending us after a guy that was using the murder to cause problems, and people were, people were getting on each other's cases. And then he tells us to go kill an actress. I mean, these two things are not the same. Even I can see that.
You could believe whether this is true or not. You could believe me or not, but I'm pretty sure Hemlock would have, considering I'm after the murder, I'm sure would have crossed swords with Hemlock one way or another. Whether that, whatever that guy is, would have appeared or not.
really does just stem all the way back to happened home before any of this. The first note, the first mention of Hemlock, yeah.
Fine. Fine. I came here resolute in my decision anyway. Nothing would have changed what I was going to ask of you here. In fact, you're the only one who know, well, my little secret. And at the end of the day, we haven't tried to kill each other in secret. That that has been proven. So, I will accept your help. Assuming you're not part of this, and I'm saying I'm not a part of this. As she points to the note.
Yeah, we didn't have anything to do with that.
Yes. These tarts are really good. Starts eating more tarts.
Oh, maybe you should come over more often then.
Me? I didn't know. I'm a star. I have no time. She looks around the place. It's like, why does your room look so nice? It looks nicer than mine.
Yeah, Proteus will just say, "Well, it's a nice hotel, but expensive."
Still hotel.
What's that? She points to the, remains of the dress.
Proteus was trying to make a dress for you. I think maybe I blew it up, though.
Well, it looks ugly.
Yeah, Proteus face palms.
Do you have a pen? Give me a pen. I order you.
Malcolm starts looking through his bag.
Dante's just gonna look around the room to see if there's a pen nearby.
Yeah, there's the complimentary one you'd steal from this place when you leave.
Oh my gosh. He'll go grab that one for...
She flips over the note and starts drawing on it. Like this. And it's kind of like a dress with, strangely enough, a butterfly kind of motif. And it says, make green. If you're gonna make me a dress, make it right.
Yeah, Proteus will look at it and then back at her and say, "Well, fair enough. I think that'll make it a lot easier." Like I said, I wanted to prove that I was meaning my words by, continuing to increase production, including on that end, but did not expect you to come here before I could finish my little project. But
Well,
obviously, I won't bring anything of poor quality.
Well, Giovanni has a flaw of just throwing money at to make his problems go away, and he bought me a pretty expensive dress, but it's not what I wanted. So if you're going to do whatever you're doing, make something that I want.
You got it. He just kind of smiles at her.
She eats another tart. And she, takes some, too. Try to get the recipe for these. I want a personal baker to make these. But
I'll see if we could talk to the kitchen staff or something.
well, they're not plotting to kill me until I'm on the stage, so I guess I can freely walk by myself. I don't need anyone to protect me as I walk back.
Well, I was planning on going to the theater first thing today anyway.
Well, then you will be accompanying me then. Not that I need your protection or anything.
Oh, I know you don't, but at the very least, might be fun.
Then come along.
All right, I guess Proteus will leave with her.
And yeah, just Proteus is just taken away by her.
After they leave.
She left the note. Or did you take it? Because she kind
Oh,
of
I probably took it because she put like
the design on the
stuff
back.
on it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like, I need it now. It is now important.
Yeah. Okay. So Proteus took the note.
Key item.
Yeah. Anyways, after they leave, Nick just downs his coffee. Says,
You know, this will probably be good for the show. I mean, he got the 2 stars walking around together. It's good advertising, I think.
Hopefully.
there's not enough coffee in the world for all of this.
Still not getting any good sleep.
Not with how much coffee he's drinking.
Yesterday was rough.
I noticed you still seem to be in a bad mood.
So what are
Yeah.
we gonna do today, guys?
Well, I was planning for Proteus to continue saying that Murkrow, because that would see the students, but that are going to do the stage crew, but looks like that's not happening now that he's directly
Wait.
in.
I mean, just landed.
Right,
Right.
just land it. And I got my people mixed up. Sorry. Ugh. Or maybe I just don't want to think of slanted for the next millennium. But yeah, with him gone,
I mean, the theater visit is this week.
Friday, yeah. Don't know if there's much of a reason for any one of us to visit Professor Ozzy's class. None of us are exactly as adept in that sort of stuff as Proteus is. No, I do think we need information. We learned from the Slandit that they have their supplier is probably related to Therium, and we were given a description of a bluish Pokemon.
Closed eyes, funny hair.
Yeah. So we'll need to be on the lookout for a Pokemon that fits that description.
Well, it sounds like Owen, if you ask me.
So I was like, what?
Owen.
It's been a while. Remind me again, who is Owen?
Oh, he's the blue monkey. Closed eyes, funny hair.
Funny enough, you never met Owen. It was only Malcolm met him.
Yeah, that's why Nick's asking. Huh. Okay, then. I doubt it's him. But that being said, Loomhausen is full of rich kids who are,
Oh yeah, he's a rich kid.
taking off their parents' dime, and if this Owen's parent happens to work at Deuterium, we might have our target. We'll also need to keep an eye out for that Necronomicon thing. Considering it's already been in use once. I almost want to send Dante after Nightingale, but I feel like In all honesty, I suspect Nightingale's not the one who has it.
She was the last person who had it, though, that we know of.
Just feels too convenient. What do you think, Dante? Either that or you can continue your work with Father Nevin. All right, Dante burped. Sorry, Dante, I forgot you burped.
All right. Maybe we could cut to Proteus and Ivy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, she's not like dragging you along or anything. She's just kind of firmly marching in front of you. Well, she's kind of putting on the facade of like, you know, high profile actress with a big smile and the the eye thing as she kind of walks down the street. She's going to the lightning rail.
Yeah. Proteus will not necessarily match your enemy, but energy, but definitely not be acting like a commoner either.
Yeah.
Make it look like he belongs with her, but not try to outstage her.
Yeah. So if you weren't here for obvious reasons, what are you in the city for?
Well, we first came to the city to meet you, and after that turned south, we kind of started looking at different options, and well, those friends that you told us about earlier made another appearance, and we didn't like what they had cooking, so we shut down their shop.
Do you have any acting experience?
I've had once.
Really?
But I've also never forgotten. Never stopped learning. At least where I could.
Well, I know a little about you, but I don't know everything. So I was just wondering if you're taking up the role of Sir Calum. If you have any experience, is all I'm asking.
Well, I suppose you could say I'm an amateur in that vein then, but I still think that I'm taking this role more seriously than the Jolteon was.
Well,
Dirk.
I guess the truth is I don't have much experience either, but I'm good at it.
How'd you find out you were good at it?
Someone told me.
You got a mentor of some kind, or at least someone who saw the potential in you.
You could say that.
Well, I think everyone who's had a talent has had someone to notice and bring it out of them.
Do an insight check.
All right.
As you've triggered something by bringing this up. No, never mind.
Not happening.
Alright, just in case. Yeah, you don't get anything. Yeah, well, I suppose you're right. Do you... You're going to that school, aren't you? Well, that's what people have told me. You keep going. That's how I found your hotel. I just asked some people to follow you.
Yeah, you could say that.
Don't worry, it's not our black-feathered friends.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that you have a few a few friends of your own, or at least someone who owes you a favor that uh, could be potentially helpful here.
Yes, but you didn't answer my question. You're going to that school.
Yeah.
What are you doing there?
Currently, more or less looking for corruption.
Well, you don't have to look far. Like, I'm not stupid enough to see that, well, the utterings of the civilians in regards to, she looks over to the building that you're kind of going past past your seats of the Ditherium Corporation. I know it's sick with corruption there.
Yeah.
In fact, it's... I can't be like my mother here since, well, they're the biggest fish in the pond.
Yeah, I don't think you want them to know about your background either.
Well, I didn't want anyone to know about my background until you waltzed into the theater that day.
Oh, that's okay because we're on the same boat there anyway. So it's equal leverage. But they seem to be keen on experimenting on people of your background, so to speak.
Well, they're all dead. So, and I am not letting them get to me.
Yeah. I'm more afraid of what they would want to do with you alive, to be honest.
Well, I suppose I'll have to deal with that if they think of trying. But like I said, I know I am not invincible. And even as mighty as my mother and brother were, they still both fell. So what do you think would happen to someone who's not partaking in their maneuvers for power?
Honestly, I don't know if I could tell you the answer there. I would hope that nothing would happen, but if there's anything I've learned, it's that
By the
power-hungry people tend to have a way of finding other sources of power.
by the way, she's using the message spell or cantrip.
Okay, well, I have that as well,
Yeah.
so we're just going back and forth with it.
Yeah. I don't entirely trust you yet, but I'm at like a good 35%, no, 34% that you're not doing something to spring some claws of some trap on me.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment.
We're almost there. And yeah, you get off at the station very close to the slums in Tavern Row, and you begin heading to the theater. Is everyone in the other party still there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can continue your conversation.
Yeah, we just decided for the sake of time to just head to the school.
Okay, you're gonna head to school. Like, do you have a plan of what you're gonna do at the school?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Nick is gonna head to Professor Solshade's class.
Okay. What would Malcolm and Dante be doing?
I think Malcolm's just gonna follow Dante around until it's time for him to go to class.
Okay, so you're just gonna join Soul Shade's class as well.
Oh gosh.
Okay, and what would Nicholas be doing?
Oh, I said what Nick was doing.
Oh, what'd you say?
I said Nick was doing Professor Solshade, not what.
Oh, Dante. Sorry.
Hi. Most likely I'll be checking on Nightingale.
Okay, so you're just gonna go to her class.
Mhm.
Okay. So you take the I believe only Proteus and Nicholas have a no. Well, you're just using it to get to the school, so it's free.
Yeah, we have the free one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you disembark at the lightning rail, and someone roll a d6, or actually, the three of you roll a d6.
That's terrifying.
Going to the school and rolling a d6 is especially terrifying.
The janitor is gonna find you.
Huh?
Uh,
Uh,
Oh my gosh.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you disembark at the lightning rail. You kind of it's kind of elevated, so you gotta head down a bunch of stairs to get to the street level. And as you actually just kind of get to the ground level on the landing, you see something coming from this kind of goes over this. It's like an arc, but it goes over, and you see something headed your way, like a strangely staggering figure that seems large.
all right.
It
let's get a
looks
closer look.
it looks like someone holding someone, and they're staggering towards you.
Us specifically, or our general direction?
Your general direction.
All right.
Wait,
Looks
wait.
like someone might be hurt, guys.
all right.
Malcolm's gonna roll over.
Yeah, can we make out
Yeah, as you get
who this?
if Malcolm's going to go closer, as you get into view, you notice it's a Leafeon holding a Monferno in armor on her back. And she just collapses over.
Uh-oh. He rolls over and picks up both of them.
All right.
Wait, Malcolm.
What?
Yeah, Dante's gonna run over and look over the Inferno before checking on the Leafeon in this case.
Okay.
Assuming this is who we think this is.
All right. She has passed out, but she looks, looking at her, she looks tired, exhausted even. But the Monferno, he is burned in several areas, and his eyes are milky white.
Oh.
Yes. What the frick happened here?
Like, outright dead, or is he...
That you would need to do a medicine check for.
Yeah, I'll... Modifier in that, that's a +8. That's only 15.
Okay. Okay, he's been blinded, is what you can diagnose from the milky eyes. He is barely still alive. And the strange thing about the burns is he's a fire type.
Right.
And the strange things about these burns is they're very symmetrical. They're like circular in shape and very almost precise and circular and symmetrical.
It's more like a brand than it is...
Yeah, it almost looks like brands.
Dante, what's your diagnosis?
I don't think he's dead, but... blind? Whatever did this... It was a lot worse whenever they ran into. Let me see if I have it prepared right now.
Even if you don't, Nick does.
I have it prepared. I'm gonna try casting Lesser Restoration on him.
This is more like less blinded as a condition, more like he is permanently blind.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, this isn't the sort of you've had a camera flashed in your eyes blindness.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Or I'll give this to you because you could diagnose it. It is kind of like what Quill just said. Like what caused this is it would be a lot of light. Like if someone like stared at the sun for an extended period of time.
Oh.
Alright, this is freaky. Nick is gonna try and use Cure Wounds on the Monferno to see if he could help his wounds.
Okay, so he's a lot. You could heal him, but he's kind of it's less of a mechanical kind of passed out and more of a you need time to get up kind of. But he is alive, and like you would help the healing process by doing this. Like
yeah, okay.
Dante has diagnosed he's still alive, but
okay, then yeah, Nick's still gonna do it.
all right.
Do you want me to bother rolling for it, or?
You don't have to roll for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just mark off a spell slot then.
So like kind of those like burn marks, they kind of cleanse, but they leave scars.
Oh, this is... Alright, well, so much for school. Let's get these two over to somewhere a bit more secluded and keep an eye on them while they recover.
You may want to just get them down to the temple.
Why don't we just take him to the university? It's right there.
I
Yeah.
definitely don't want to take him to the university.
Why?
Too risky, we'll say. I think Dante's right. If we're gonna take them somewhere, it's gonna have to be the temple.
That I don't think so. I mean, Father Nevin's just right there.
Yes, but he's estranged from the hallowed flames.
So,
That means they're not on good terms.
maybe if he helps them, they'll be happier with him.
That's not how that's gonna work, Malcolm.
Malcolm, it's not just that they're not on good terms, it's that he has a fundamental disagreement with them.
Well, that's kind of stupid.
I'm not going to engage with whatever politics they're dealing with. Point is, either we're gonna have to wait for him to recover here, or we should take him to the temple.
He's-
Hang on, I'm looking for the temple on the map, sorry.
So
It
the
is
upper right.
It-
You would
yeah,
need to
it's
take the
upper
lightning
right.
rail to get there.
Yeah. But is that like the edge of the city?
So we're here. We're here. The temple's here.
Yeah. They came from.
This is like
It
the
seems
main-
like she was coming from here, and then she kind of passed
one of
out.
the main ways into the city.
Yeah.
They previously left through this way. And
No, they did
circled.
not. They went on the lightning rail in
Oh.
this direction.
Yeah. So it's reasonable to assume that whatever they were dealing with is what's happened here.
Yes, we want to get them back to the Held Flames Temple.
Yeah, I think we're gonna wanna. Well, I guess we're all skipping classes today. I think we're gonna want to take the lightning rail and take them to the temple.
Okay.
Okay.
Then you'll have to pay money. And for them, too.
I won't. Oh, for them too. Yeah.
That's $60. Well, I guess 50 because
50.
you bought the pass.
And Nickel pay
No,
for.
it would have been 50 and then just 40 then, I guess.
Rebecca isn't hurt, is she?
She doesn't.
Passed out.
She's passed out from exhaustion.
Okay.
She doesn't seem to like take the she's not blind, and she hasn't taken any of the burns the knight has.
Yeah, I think Nick will pay the 20. No, that's how much per person?
It
10.
was 10 per.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Nick will pay the 20 gold for them since he does have to pay himself.
All right.
Yeah, we have 28 days on that pass now, by the way.
Right. Thanks for the reminder. I'll mark that down. Yeah, I'm getting used out of the pass.
All right.
I mean,
We cut back to the theater then. If your guys are going to go to the temple.
All right.
Proteus with Ivy as a Roserade make your way through the streets to the theater. And when you get to the stage, you see Anna and Giovanni on stage, and he seems to be like in a crying panic, and you just hear Anna like speaking sweet nothings in his ear of the merchandising and how great this will be if you know the show goes on despite this, and you hear him murmuring about like he should just throw in the towel and cancel it altogether. Yes, he's been like that since we got the the note.
Well, we can try the tough love approach, right?
Yes, why don't you talk to him, because you seem to care more about the gold we will get from this.
Well, I think Anna's got that part of the conversation covered, but he's gonna approach Giovanni and
No,
say,
how could this happen? No, don't worry. Don't, Gio, you don't have to worry about things like this. People try to kill important people all the time. This is just a minor setback. I'm sure she'll be all right. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
yeah, he's gonna say, he's gonna sternly say, Giovanni.
Oh, he's like wiping away tears. Yes, you've heard the terrible news. They're gonna kill my prima donna.
No, they're not, and we're not going to give them the satisfaction of bringing us down either. Do you understand? I'm sure that you've already thought of potential measures for increasing security, and likewise, because you've procured actors from, let's just say, unusual walks of life, we have a few different means of our disposal of taking care of ourselves. But most importantly, we are going to make sure that we keep going forward, and we are not going to, and we're going to prove not just to ourselves but to the city itself that the murder is not going to be, this is where they will fall.
But they always get every time they make an assassination attempt, they always get it off all the time. Why are they targeting me? What have I done? Well, they're not even targeting me. They're targeting my precious Ivy.
Whatever their reasons are, they've made their move, and we will make ours. The first mistake that you make is to underestimate them, which thankfully you are not doing. But the second thing we have to do is make sure that we are ready.
Yes, perhaps I should just hire more security. Yes.
That will help, but I advise that I have a few of my friends who are able to help, and we know of the entry points that we know that the murder is probably going to attempt, and I want to station them in those places on the day of, so that way we have eyes and ears on every location. And I think another thing that we can do is talk to our special effects crew and make a contingency plan there.
They're not due to arrive on Friday, though. All I have them for is just to construct props. I am paying them to just make some fantastic sets and props and special effects. That's all they're hired for.
Exactly. The stage is all smoke and mirrors, after all. If the murder were to try to make an attack at Ivy, all we would have to do is make it look like she's just a little bit... Well, make them think she is where she is not. They'll take one shot, it will miss, and we'll know exactly where they are. The special effects crew should be able to reproduce an effect that should be able to accomplish a goal such as that.
But the difficulty of this is if they get to her, it's going to be ruined. They cannot disrupt the show. They cannot. If I end up with a dead actress on the stage, I'll be worse than if it was a bomb. Way worse.
I understand that there is now a higher risk involved. But either way,
Giovanni,
there
dear,
are
I I believe I believe he is correct. He has very capable friends. I've met them. They fancy themselves adventurers, and well, I don't know about the city guard. They all their experiences inside the city. I don't think we need to bother hiring them. Am I correct on that assessment, Proteus? Says Ivy.
yeah, I would say that's the case. Maybe on the outside just to let's say encourage the murder to get up close to our real guards. After all, if they want to make a show of it, why don't we give them a stage to play on? Make them think they've done everything right, while we put our real security in plain sight. Because all my friends have to do is be part of the crowd, part of the stage crew, and part of the backstage. There's an entrance in the top of the building, in the front of the building, and in the back of the building, if I'm correct.
They are expert infiltrators. Even they could be in plain sight too in the crowd. They could disguise themselves as nobles. They could come from
Yes.
anywhere.
I know, but it's a lot riskier to try to play that game when you have to be trying to hide from everyone else. I want them to think that things are going their way. If we have some guards on the outside, purely for the show of it, they're going to be really confident, and I intend to prey on that confidence.
So station the Deuterium Corporation's guards on the outside then.
Yes, or even just honestly, you could probably find a few spare adventurers who are fed up with the Expedition Society, to be completely honest.
I could possibly do that, yes. Okay, okay. Yes, I think you're right. I think we just need to calm down and assess the situation. We won't give in to this threat, and the show will go on.
That's right. If anything, it's just another stage, another prop.
Yes, yes. Okay. Okay, very well. Very well. We will worry about uh uh security when the time approaches. And then like Anna cuts in, well, the security cut into the costs of the production all very much. Oh, of course it will. Proteus, you and the others could like handle it, right?
Yeah, I don't think we would need too many. Just enough for the murder to think that, they're in their element. They like it when there are guards around, and again, I want them to be confident.
Yes, Ivy pauses.
We don't need many, just enough to sell the bit.
Yes, I believe if they are making a threat on my life, I believe they are either going to expect us to cancel the show or up security, so they are going to expect that. Okay, we will worry about this at a later time. I believe I believe we called for rehearsals today. Uh still a little shaken about that note. Where is it? Oh, I gave it to them. I went to them and asked them for help. Okay. Well, I don't want to see the wretched thing. I rather purge it from my mind, but it still cannot be ignored. Oh, well, shall we... Now that you're here, I have my leads here. Would you be interested in rehearsals?
Yeah, let's begin.
Okay. So I am going to I'm going to make this a skill challenge. You have the choice of 6 different things, but they're not all the ability scores. This will be just a performance to see if you can speak dramatically and carry the emotion of the role. There will be reading Giovanni and Ivy's cues to adjust the performance on the fly, which will be insight. There is the ability to smooth over flubs, again, using deception. You are going to be involved in a war scene where you die, so you need acrobatics for that. And if you want to understand the symbolic or historical weight, that will be a history check to that you will do. And there is also a... Oh, it's only 5. Okay, yeah. It's only those 5.
Alright, so I need to find 3 successes, or I have to just go through all 5?
You need 3 successes to... Yeah, 3 successes.
Alright, well, we'll start with, I guess... Well, it's not really the easy one. They're all gonna be hard for me, actually. Oh, boy. Yeah, I guess we'll start with history and work our way down.
All right, so you are going to kind of apply the stuff you learned about Mirabilis and Havergal to your character. So this will be a history roll to...
Let's see, dirty 20.
That's perfect. You nail it. You kind of read excerpts from Sir Calum and kind of gotten to the historical groove of the battle in his relationship with Princess Lysandra. And Giovanni begins clapping. It is like his attitude, seeing his magnum opus coming to life, seems to like brighten him up a little bit too. Okay, very good, very good, very good. Excellent, in fact. Which scene shall we move on to next?
I think my next highest thing is gonna be the performance one, so...
Okay, that's just line reads, basically, like read-throughs. So it's like
Yeah.
you and Ivy holding scripts and just kind of reading it out.
Alright. Yeah, there we go. Well, I want to use this now. I want to use it now. Bag, help me. 18.
Yeah, that was the DC for this. Okay, so
We're in dire straits.
I like the way you think you pulled out of the bag was just a highlighter. Just highlighted.
Green highlighter, very important.
Yeah, put emphasis on this word. This word.
Oh, okay.
He started writing his own notes on the lines.
Yeah. Very good. The emotion is dripping from your voice. Excellent, Proteus. Excellent. Cut, cut, cut. And yeah, you have one more to go.
All right.
No fails yet.
Is the deception one only if I fail, right?
It's more of like skills. It's like if you screw up during it's basically a flavor thing. It's like if you screw up or flub something, it's like how easily you can just kind of adapt that into it to make it look like you didn't screw up at all. So, like, in-game, it's like you're doing the read-through and you screw up and then you kind of, like, adapt it, is what's happening. Like, mispronouncing a word or something.
Yeah, that's probably the next one I would have to do then.
Yeah. So, it's deception.
Deception. 13.
That will not pass.
We're doomed.
So you do that thing where like you're not using the script anymore, and you like she says something to you, but then you just kind of blank for a little bit, and she groans a little bit. All right, that's okay. That's okay. We can move on to another scene.
All right, last thing. Yeah. That's
There's
first failure, but it only gets worse from here.
there's the insight one or the acrobatics one.
Yeah. Well, they are equally bad. So let's just see what happens.
What are you using?
Insight. 15.
This would be you're using the insight ones. This is not a pass or a fail, so like it could use work, but it's like what I explained about the music. It's like it's just kind of good enough. You didn't do anything spectacular, but you didn't fail either. So this is kind of not one or another.
Well, that counts as a failure in my book.
Well, it's well, there's a failure condition to this, and this did not count towards it, is what I'm saying.
Okay, well. Yeah.
What are you doing next?
Well, there's only the acrobatics one left. I don't know if I can like go into a closet and jump spell myself to help or anything.
You're obviously given breaks, so you could you could totally do that.
Okay, I'm gonna try to cheat and use the jump spell.
Okay.
Just so
I'll
hopefully help this.
I'll give you like a +2 to your acrobatics if you do that.
Okay, so that makes it still yeah. Well, it's now tied with my best that I had to do today.
Yeah.
19.
Yeah, using the
That made the difference.
it did. It did. Yeah, with that you're able to like kind of jump or there's like little there's gonna be extras during this, but they just kind of have little like dummies and scarecrow men that you're like running around slashing with a long sword, and it's like you're almost like this isn't your preferred weapon, but you kind of make it seem like it is. As you cut down and you do the... And like, the random stagehand goes and, like, stabs you between the elbow and in the armpit area, or just kind of across the side for your death scene. And you manage to die very convincingly. And this is a stage play, so you, of course, like, belt out some monologue as you die. Okay. Yeah, that's a wrap, everyone. Very good, very good. I am not disappointed I hired you. It's like they get you back up to your feet and, like, dust you off.
Yeah. Proteus will smile and say, "Well, I hope I can get better."
Yeah. Yes, if you're on this track, you certainly will. And Ivy's kind of skulking around the curtain. And she says, and like as you maybe walk past there, she says, "Wow, that was actually, well, I mean, barely passable. Don't get smug. One decent take doesn't mean you're the next star or anything. You just didn't embarrass yourself, that's all."
Yeah, well, we gotta start somewhere. I'd say not embarrassing yourself is a good place to start.
Yeah. Good job, or whatever.
Yeah.
And if you tell anyone I said that, I'll poison your tea.
He just kind of smiles at her again.
All right. Well, with that all dealt with, let's cut back to the other crew. Yeah, you're taking the lightning rail. You maybe like have a blanket over these two, and you get some looks at you as you're kind of transporting these two on the lightning rail. But you eventually get to the district with the temple in it.
We go to the temple.
All right.
Yeah.
You take them to the temple, and the flamekeepers at the entrance immediately see you with these two, and they rush to you and say, "By the flame, what happened?"
We're not too sure yet.
All we saw was them running in from the city gates, and well, she collapsed, and he was already out.
It was less running, and it's more like she was dragging him in.
Yeah, we want to know what happened just as much, but for now, he's exhausted, and you could see what state he's in, so we're hoping you could get some healers in here. We could figure out what exactly happened once they're better.
Bring them in right away. And they let you come with them, but they're bringing them into the temple. And, like, they almost interrupt the service as they're going into. And they don't seem to be stopping you, taking them to, like, a back room. So do you want to go with them, or are you just going to drop them off here?
Yeah, we're going to go with them.
Yeah. They lay both of them on the table, and they begin, like, doffing the armor on the Monferno. And you could see it's, like, even the armor is strangely burned. As they put him on they put them both on tables, but he clearly demands more attention. Well, they just kind of make Rebecca comfortable. I have never seen anything like this. What could have done this?
We were hoping you would be able to tell us.
And they look like burns, but
Fire type.
this is... in all my years, I have never seen anything quite like this. And they begin, like, looking at his eyes, too. And they just kind of, that's where they like put their hands over their mouth. Have are you three adventurers?
More or less, yeah.
Have you seen anything like this? They were. Was there another one with them? Did you see another Monferno like this one with them?
No.
Just these two.
We saw him leave earlier on some sort of mission, and we could probably assume the worst.
I believe Templar Gregory was with these two. They were
Unfortunately,
they
we
were
won't know.
they were routing bandits. That's all they were doing, and I've never seen bandits do anything like this before.
Yeah. We're gonna need... Once they wake up, we're gonna need to hear both their accounts and try and figure out what exactly happened.
You could. It seems like the girl is just exhausted. Hopefully, our brave paladins of the flame kept her safe, are the ones who kept her safe.
Yeah, we could only hope.
She should come to in a few hours if you're willing to wait.
Yeah, this seems urgent, so we're probably gonna wait for this.
All right, and you're allowed to just wait in the church. Do you think you would talk amongst yourselves about anything relevant, or do you want to just kind of a few hours pass?
Probably just a few hours pass.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hours.
Yeah. So the time passes very slowly as you're just kind of waiting in this very ambient place until you hear groans from Rebecca. And
Right.
the Flamekeeper says, "Don't worry, child, you are safe. Bless the flame, you made it back from whatever transpired." And she's still kind of groggy.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hey, you doing all right?
Uh, is he okay?
He's
Define okay.
he's been blinded, but his wounds have been at least healed, and he's likely going to live. Listen, I know it's probably going to be rough, but if you could tell us what happened, that'd be great. This seems like it's something major.
There, I went with them to help them rout bandits, but we stumbled upon a garden, and then it got too bright, and something appeared, a large figure. It looked like an eyeball. It was, I know it's weird to say, but it was too bright to see anything. And the paladins, they attacked it, and they did nothing to it. They couldn't hurt it. And with the little damage that they did do, it just healed. And then there was another bright flash. I looked away, but they both went down. And I just grabbed one of them and tried to run.
It's
I'm sorry I couldn't save the other one.
you did what you could. If you didn't grab that guy and bring him out, then nobody would have survived, probably.
I
Being
don't.
said, something's weird here.
It was. I don't know where all the light was coming from.
You remember anything else about what happened? Anything that you just happened to notice out of the corner of your eye, or even if it seems insignificant, it might be useful.
When we reached the garden, I was looking up for herbs and medicinal components, and I. Where's my. Where's my. Where's my bag?
Was it on her when she got here?
Yeah, it was. They took it off just because they.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The Hell Flames have it, I believe.
One of the flame keepers brings it over, and he he hands it to one of you.
All right.
N-
Malcolm will take it and hand it to her.
She's still like exhausted, but she kind of pulls herself up and she starts going through it. I found this, and there's this feather that's just gleaming with, just has this radiant gleam to it. I don't know what this is. It just looked like I could use it for something.
Like a feather from a Pokémon. Maybe?
Does this resemble? No, it was an eyeball.
Yeah, that's. It didn't. I don't think it had feathers. It was hard to make out. But it didn't look avian in nature.
We're potentially dealing with two things. Or something odd's going on.
Does this feather have that sort of radiant energy she is talking about?
Do an Arcana check.
Oh, I'm not good at these. Okay, not 20.
Yes,
Oh my gosh!
actually, you could draw the connection that it's warm to the touch as it glows with this kind. It has this radiant glow.
This might be from that thing.
I wonder. We could possibly try taking this to Porreeds, see if he might be able to make something of it. Polly, not Polly.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, this is something that she found.
You
I mean, it's worth a shot. We otherwise don't know anything, don't really have any other way of figuring out what this thing is. But if it's related to other things, Polly might be able to help us.
we have our paladins on patrols looking for bandits out there. We're spread pretty thin, as this area is quite large, and I this with Rebecca here and the 2 paladins we sent, we already spread pretty thin. Is there any way you could take a look into this? I know you do not work. I know you do not work with the Temple of the Flame, but
I think whatever this is, however this is, I think it is something we need to take a look into, because if we don't, it could be dangerous.
don't send any more.
Well, the problem is, what if any passerbys were to see this garden and walk in?
Yeah.
It just,
I don't.
it was invincible.
Nothing's invincible. We won't be going in blindly or anything like that. We're gonna be doing some work and some scouting to figure things out. So we're not rushing into it just weapons blazing, but at the same time, like I said, I don't think we can ignore this.
Yeah. Feather's also kind of broken a little too.
What was that?
The feather is also kind of it glows. It kind of has that radiant sheen to it, but it's also kind of broken, kind of.
Okay, so the shaft of the feather's been snapped.
Yeah, it's a little bit snapped. Well, this is the roads have been dangerous, and I don't know what is out there, but yeah, something needs to be done about it. And I'm not going to order you guys, you good folk, to take care of it, but it is something that concerns me. He said our paladins are among the mightiest warriors. And you're saying they did nothing to it? No, they couldn't do anything to it. It was hard to make out. It was too bright, but it's just I don't want anyone else to get hurt by that thing.
And that's exactly why we need to put a stop to it, because if we don't, people are going to get hurt by it. Be it random passerbyers, maybe more paladins who just happen to be in the area looking for bandits, stuff like that.
I believe the unit I sent out, where that was sent out, was her and 2 paladins out the eastern gate.
Yeah, we met them right before they were heading that way, and that seems to be what I recall them being too.
Oh, I don't want to be responsible if this thing does what it did to, as he looks over to the Monferno. So I know adventurers are a confident lot, but you best be careful out there.
We're not, like I said, we're not gonna rush into this blindly. We're gonna see what we can learn first and see if we could figure out a way of combating whatever it is.
That or maybe others have run into this before.
We have the benefit of at least knowing there's something there. That should give us the means of learning what to do.
Very well. I thank you. I thank you so much for bringing these 2 to us. It would devastate me if 2 flames more than one flame was extinguished by where they went.
You're welcome.
We
All right.
we will look after these two for the time being till they get their strength back. You, if you have any, if you want any updates of how they're feeling or anything else, just feel free to come back.
Yeah, we will definitely want to probably come back once the Monferno's better and hear his account as well.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, and they give you permission to leave as they lay Rebecca back down and begin like applying ointments and stuff.
Okay, then yeah. We will. And once Nick is out of eye shot and earshot of them, he's going to send a message to both Malcolm and Dante and say, I'm betting the Ether is somehow responsible for this.
Most likely. Whatever this thing is, it's a giant eye, but then the feathers are still the thing I'm wondering about.
Hopefully, we'll learn about the feathers soon enough.
Where is the feather?
Uh,
I think we gave it back, did we?
They let you keep
I
it.
would.
Malcolm would have taken it with him if the other two didn't.
All right.
Yeah, I was about to say one of us would have taken it because Nick's literally saying, "Let's bring it to Polly." So
Where do you have it?
Malcolm probably has it in his backpack.
Okay. Okay, continue.
there.
Okay.
First best bet is going to be to immediately head over to the research outpost, the apothecary, and speak with Polly.
What time of
Want-
the day is it?
It's pretty early. That like you were accosted right when you're about to go to school, so it's like still like 8 a.m. Or no, it'd be you had to wait a few
Because we
hours.
waited
Yeah, so it'd be like 10 a.m.
I have the free pass, so if you want me to go
Yeah.
alone, that's
I'll give
fine.
you the feather and you can take care of
Alone?
that.
Something strange happens when you pass the feather over. When you pass it over to Nicholas, it reconstitutes itself.
Like it's fixed.
What?
Yeah, it fixed.
Huh. That's interesting. I think this must be from the same monster somehow because if it has the ability to fix itself, then it's not invincible. It's that it healed faster than they could damage it, possibly.
But one
Regardless,
weird thing about this is it did not do this. The feather was out before, but it did not it did not fix itself.
Hand that back to Malcolm.
no, I've got my own idea. Nick is going to. Nick is gonna break off a small chunk of it, and then he's gonna put it inside his own bag for a few seconds, and then take it out again.
Okay, so tell me the process you're doing this.
Okay, so he's first gonna break off a small chunk,
Yeah.
then he's gonna put it in his bag.
Yeah.
He's gonna leave it there for a few seconds,
Yeah.
and then he's gonna take it out again and see if it's repaired.
It is not repaired, but when you pull it out, it starts healing itself.
As it's healing itself, Malcolm's going to take off his hat and put it above the feather.
It stops healing itself.
Hey,
It's
well,
like a plant, it grows in the sun.
yes, that's what I'm getting to. So, we've already learned two things. This thing appears to, whatever this creature is, it appears to have strong regenerative powers while in daylight, but it can't do the same in darkness.
We're gonna have to fight it at night, aren't we?
Possibly, though, remember, she said it created a bunch of radiant light, so it might not just be we need to fight it at night, it also might be we need to make it so that whatever's causing the lights is stops. But that's stuff we'll probably need to talk to Proteus about once he's done with his thing, and that's for a different point in time. For now, at least we know that. I'll take this over to Polly, and you guys can either follow me and pay the money to do so, or head to school.
I'm gonna go to school.
Dante?
I'm worried about you going on your own and getting, well, potentially mugged in the city, but we do have things we have to follow up at the school, so
Yeah. I think the school's a more hot spot than, school's more of a hot spot, and I can take care of myself.
And what are you doing?
yeah, I'm gonna also head back to university.
Okay. All right. So,
I think we all have to pay.
yeah,
Well,
you. Yeah, you would all have to pay because it's only between these two you get the freedom.
yep.
You'll have to pay, and Nick will just take the lightning rail over to here, and then head to the apothecary.
All right.
So we're splitting 3 ways.
All right. Wonderful. All right. So let's do the school stuff first. All right. So it's just Malcolm and Dante going to school.
Yep.
So classes are kind of in session already because it's kind of later. So what are you two gonna do here?
Okay, so it's the middle of the day, classes in session. Well, I was thinking well, Malcolm does things after classes in session.
Yeah.
Maybe you should go with Nicholas first.
Okay.
What?
Well, what's Dante gonna do? I guess.
I mean, goes with Nicholas first because Nick's not here.
Yeah. What's Dante gonna do?
Yeah. I think the goal is still probably just checking in on Nightingale's class, just
All right.
seeing how that's going. Just kind of that awkward moment of having to join the class in the middle of
All
the
right.
lecture.
All right. So yeah, you show up in the classroom, and it's kind of that awkward moment where you walk in, and she kind of stops mid sentence. I guess I have this one, and you're kind of in this macabre classroom again, where black is the favorite color. And as you come in, she says, Hello again. I did not expect you to join my classroom again. Especially late.
Apologies, there were events that occurred before reaching campus today.
I understand. There always is. You can take a seat.
And yeah, he'll probably just sort of find like that middle row seat rather than front or the back of the class.
All right. And where would Malcolm go?
I think right now, the only thing I can think of that he might do is go in to the library and check with Mordain if there's been any updates about the Necronomicon.
All right. Yeah, you arrive in the library, and he says, "Hello. Weren't you the one affected by that attack in the basement?"
Yeah, probably nothing's happened since then, but has you found anything else about that romance book?
The romance book. Whatever are you talking
Yeah,
about?
the one about the necks.
Oh, you're talking about the Necronomicon.
Yeah, that one.
No, it has not been located. I was
Okay.
hoping you had maybe some information about it.
No, not yet. We're busy, but I'll see if I can figure anything out.
Yes, it's a very serious matter, and I would dread that if a student, or anyone for that matter, was harmed by a book that was under my watch.
Yeah. I guess I'll just have a look around, see if anything weird shows up, like if my shadow tries to eat me again.
You are welcome to go anywhere but the restricted section.
All right. And he's gonna go back to where he was when we found that first page.
All right, so you were kind of like studying. This is, of course, not to scale, but you found it over in kind of that area there.
Okay.
And do an investigation check.
That's funny.
Oh no.
10.
You don't find anything out of the ordinary here. The attack appears to have been cleared up. There's some more students down here, but you don't really find anything of note.
All right. He's gonna go over to the students, and he doesn't have any sort of conception that it needs to be quiet in a library, so he's just gonna be like, "You guys seen any papers just laying on the ground around here?"
Shh! They shush you. No.
Wow, rude.
I'm trying to study here.
But you hadn't seen any papers on the ground, no?
No, I haven't seen any papers on the ground.
Okay, what about bodies?
Well, they look over at the skeletons, kind of cleaning things up.
Ones that don't move.
No, we haven't seen any bodies.
Okay. He just rolls away.
Okay, and we'll go back to the classroom. She says, anyway, we were in the middle of a lecture. So, I'll perhaps ask you. I was in the middle of a lecture, and she pulls out a belt. And she says to you, Dante, do you know the significance of this belt?
Not in the slightest.
It belonged to a farmer from the outer districts, used daily, worn from use, But you know what? This pertains to my class.
He thinks for a bit. Would this be an item of the deceased that there's value? Or am I in the wrong?
She chuckles. You are close. One day, the farmer, he tripped while climbing into his loft, and the belt caught on a beam. And, well, that was all it took. And she picks up a wooden spoon. This one was left upright in a pot. A toddler pulled it, and boiling water followed. Do you know how often I see these stories appear in obituary records? You would think every death came from fireballs or sword play.
Innocuous items that
Yes.
caused simple and avoidable deaths.
To be as macabre as it is, I have sort of an obsession with these kinds of items. It's just it proves that death can come from anywhere. And to wield death, or prevent it, one must first understand it. To understand it can come from anywhere, at any time, even in this classroom at this very moment. But one must not see it as an enemy, but as an inevitability. And that inevitability is in every moment of your waking life. It's the ultimate unexpected outcome. But knowing this is what I try to prepare you to make peace with it. Do you have any examples? She points to the class of these items that I have dubbed talismans that you have experienced or heard about in your life at all? She namely looks to she namely looks at you, Dante.
I'd see that comment. Very funny.
Just a mundane item that may have ended someone's life. This doesn't have to be what we've done on the adventure. It could be something in your past.
Again. He has to think for a moment in terms of things like that, but
I mean,
there's nothing he would really have on him or
yes.
of the sort. But
Surely you have. You are a cleric of the mortal wing, are you not?
that obvious, yes. Back at home, those events. We've more often been hit by unnatural disease, but
Hmm. Yeah. Not planks of wood or forks or a bundle of hay.
there there was once an accident involving hearing equipment.
Hmm. Tell me about that.
A a the town we come from, there's a flock of wooloo, and as it's a small town, we usually have people dedicated specifically to helping with shearing them and producing fabric from the wool. And unfortunately, there was an accident involving a knife missing its mark, and the cut was unfortunately too close to a major artery before we had the chance to really do anything.
Yes. It is. It is strange how a single cut is a flesh wound to one, while the last thing for another. Well, yes, it's. I do wonder how. How does it make you feel? Your relationship with death, in that regard, how it can come so suddenly like that, and as a as a as a Pokemon of the cloth, especially related to the certain deity you worship, to give peace to those before they pass. How does that work for you when death is that immediate?
On one hand, the sting can feel easier, but it never gets easier.
No. Even I, a practicing, for lack of better word, master of death, one's passing never gets easier. In fact, it gets heavier and heavier the more you experience it. And those who say they have become numb to it are liars. Or not liars. One's merely trying to show empathy to others. But yes, I do have a bit of a fascination collecting items like these. And some other students also give their accounts too, with just very mundane things, and she kind of talks to them in a very personal way as well. As the bell rings, and she says, before they leave, next week we will examine funerary rites and the time of dust. Until then, she gives a slight chuckle. Be kind to your teapots and check your stairs, because you never know.
And yeah, he was not expecting the conversation to kind of go this way, but he tries to excuse himself unless
Yeah, she actually stops you. She says, "Can I have a moment with you, if you're not too busy?"
no, I'm not busy at all right now.
All right, so join me in the private room.
Oh,
He's
oh
banished.
no!
She says, "Please shut the door."
And yeah, he'll go to the door and close it.
There's some servitor skeletons around. She says, "Would you like me to excuse them?"
I'm aware this is perhaps awkward, but yes, that would be
Yes.
appreciated.
She says, "Gregory, Gertruda, please go clean the mess hall." And she smiles at them, and they just kind of begin just kind of autonomously just walking out of the classroom and shut the door behind them.
And yeah, he's definitely got a look of discomfort on him as they just sort of absently leave.
I try to remember their names, as I know the rest of the student body treats them as tools, but I don't see them like that. They are those who wish to serve the school in death. But I just wanted to tell you I appreciate you coming to my class.
There's it's certainly in some aspects very unexpected, in others I don't know, because I have currently been attending both, well, your class and then Father Nevin's, and
Ah, yes, Father
you
Nevin.
can imagine.
He makes it very clear he does not like anything that I am about, and I get the same feeling from you too.
I I just can't understand the idea of, well, willingly letting one's body continue after the fact, and it's
Well, it was their choice. And if I may, a question. I am aware of how the power of necromancy can be abused in horrible, horrific ways. But what do you not like about it?
he kind of takes a moment and thinks about it.
Because, from what I understand, the most of the dominions, not just yours, loathe it because of the defilement of one's corpse to do the bidding of an arrogant, power hungry, controlling monoborn. But what I practice here, while it does skirt close to breaking the edicts, it was done by their own choice. They knew exactly what their bodies would be used for once they passed this mortal coil, some due to even natural causes. And I think there's something beautiful in that.
It's generally my biggest issue with it is the fact that reanimating a body like that can just not only the immediate problems and the potential destruction that might bring, but the fact that it can sully the name of the one that has been brought back like that.
That is another misconception too. They aren't actually the host body. They are, and I know I'm contradicting myself. They are nothing but the vessel in which the soul resided in, stripped down to the bones. And I agree the corruption that can come from reanimating a body, but when I do it in the accordance to the wishes of those who passed and wished to serve the school in the afterlife, even if they, let's be honest, they're not really, but their body is doing it. It's a legacy more than anything. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't come here to use that loophole, since I am not allowed to practice this craft anywhere else. And, well, here I thought I could use it to the best of its abilities for good. And I like to think that, and I know those who will always see it as defilement, but I would have just liked you to hear my case as a Pokémon of the cloth. And I just wanted you to know I don't mean any harm in it.
He just kind of glances back at the door, thinking about the reanimated skeletons again. I can't claim to understand it.
Yes, well, I thought I would just tell you that I am thankful for you attending my class. In fact, I think you are the first cleric of any, or acolyte, or anything of any dominion to actually set foot into my classroom, and I appreciate it for at least taking the first steps to understand.
Consider it a morbid, macabre curiosity.
Yes. And I will tell you, I know your dominion is fragrantly against necromancers who do the darker side of it. And, well, I appreciate you doing that as well.
He kind of raises an eyebrow.
Because, yes, I cannot. There is dark and light in any path. Sometimes those of the hallowed flames are blinded by it. Heyo! And, I lost my train of thought with that.
Wow.
Yes, they are. They can be blinded by light. And sometimes there just needs to be balance. And seeing everything in black and white is what caused the inquisition that happened to my monoborn like me in the ages past, where those, like the hallowed flames, culled all of us who didn't even participate in those tyrants' campaigns. And it takes finding that balance is when we will maybe reach an understanding with everyone. Because, yes, a fireball that Mataborn wield can be used to incinerate others, but it could also warm others, seeking reprieve from blistering cold. And I hope you understand that.
Magics always have a good and bad to them, I suppose.
Yeah. Well,
It's just difficult to figure out where that line is.
Yes, it's not easy. It isn't easy. If it was, then everyone would have done it by now. But I don't mean to waste more of your time.
I wouldn't consider it a waste of time.
Good. Well, I hope I see you again. Dante, was it?
Correct. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And she'll let you go.
Okay. And yeah, he'll leave and close the door behind him.
All right. You can join me back in the other room.
Damage.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I guess, well, like, I've left Proteus alone for a while, but Malcolm hasn't really done anything, so...
It's alright if you want to go to Proteus, that's okay.
No, we'll go to Malcolm.
Is he
Okay.
going to the private room now?
Where are you going, Malcolm?
He pops up and he says, I didn't find anything. And just keeps walking over. Is it about time for his class to start, or is it still way too early for that?
It's still a little... It's still kind of early. Like, you did waste a lot of time in the... what's it called? The temple. But
Okay.
you just have to wait a little bit until it's... until the classes will be over.
Alright. He'll just wait outside then.
All right. So, yeah, you wait until you hear the bell ring, which is usually the indication that of when you usually go to Eric Ellis's class. And yeah, you see the students start walking out.
Alright. Once they're all out, he'll roll in and shut the door behind him.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Arakellis.
It's Professor Eric Ellis.
Sorry, Professor Arakellis.
Yes. I take it you're here for another lesson?
Yes, please.
All right, is there any particularly... Now that you're more or less proficient on how they work, is there any specific words that you would like to learn?
Well, I know there are some words where the letters don't work the way I think they do. Like that first one you showed me, and it's the T and the H and the E.
Yes.
Wait, I don't know. He doesn't know what E is, I don't think. 1 second. I have it marked down. he does not know what E is.
The sideways
He
fork.
He doesn't know T or H either.
Yes, some combinations of letters make different sounds. Perhaps we can start with the.
That's probably a good one. That one shows up a lot.
Yes, it's quite simple. When you see this one, as he makes a T and he makes an H, they make the sound of. Discord usually doesn't catch this, but he basically says that the way that works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, and the E is different in that regards, depending on where it is in the word in question. It's actually you've picked a very I want to say advanced letter, but grade school students usually figure this out. But yes, but we can maybe start one more the difficult one. And he'll let you kind of go at it if that's all you want to do.
Yeah, but while he's doing it, he's gonna say, you know, it's funny, with all these letters now, I know how to spell a funny word, and he just kind of looks up at Professor O'Cullis and says, do you know much about this Necromanticon book thing?
He pauses for a moment. Oh, the Necronomicon.
Yeah, that one.
Yes, Go on.
It apparently gone missing or something.
Yes, Mordain reported it gone after it was returned. I was hoping we'd closed that incident in the library. I heard you were subject to shadows.
Yeah, so you know about that then, huh?
Yes, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm okay now. After it hit me, I felt really tired afterward, but I feel better.
Yeah.
I know the last person who had it was the bird necromancy teacher lady.
Yes, she claimed she returned it, and Mordain corroborated that, and it went missing after. Malcolm, understand this. Summoning shadows with precision and suppressing magical footprints, and even binding a spell in a location without alerting the wards could have only been done by a Manaborn. And as of now, the only Manaborn who had legitimate access to that section of the library are Glinda Nightingale, Professor Soulshade, and myself.
Writing notes.
And I was in my quarters that night, alone, with no alibi. Which means if someone wanted to cast suspicion, they'd be free to do so.
Oh, you wouldn't do something like that, would ya?
Well, I won't ask you to believe me simply because I'm your teacher, but I will ask you this. Have I ever shown any interest in that kind of magic?
not so long as I've known you, but I haven't known you very long.
That is a correct assessment to make. And that's what He kind of searches for words. Find adequate about you, Malcolm. You are honest. You lied about being here for agriculture, but that was the only lie you've ever made. You've been forthcoming with me.
Malcolm just kind of looks at his desk for a little bit.
Many students here come to me lying, and I can see it from a mile away. But that is the reason I am doing this right now, is because you are honest. But back to the subject of the Necronomicon. If it was Nightingale, Glinda, it would have been deliberate, though I can't believe she'd risk that. Not after how close she already dances to the edicts. And Soulshade I am not sure about. He puts up the wards, and he could very easily break them. But he's abjuration, not necromancy. He wouldn't touch the Necronomicon even if it levitated to his door and offered him tea. That leaves, well, assuming it is not the three of us, that leaves someone else. Someone clever enough to bypass the faculty's magical registry and familiar enough with the place to avoid Mordaine's suspicions. But that is just my assessment of the situation.
Do you think it's possible there's someone Mana-born that is hiding it?
The faculty, much like the students, are rigorously tested before they have admittance to this school. Of course, all the three of us had credentials from the MDRA, but we were tested nonetheless. And I know the other teachers that are not Mana-born were tested.
Malcolm is just looking at his desk really sad, and he looks up and says, "Well, when you say everything like that, it sounds like you're the main suspect, but I don't want to believe that you are."
Well, it would seem that way, but I will say I am not. I did not do that. I was in my room in the teacher's tower. Albeit no alibi, but that's where I was.
Okay.
But let's change this grim subject back to spelling the...
Yeah, let's do that.
And I will let you attain the letters T, H, and E. All right. And by the end of the day, no, we're going to Nicholas. Where are you going, Nicholas?
Oh boy. Okay, here's the map. Yeah, Nick's heading to the along the lightning rail to the apothecary. Oh, I actually moved it to the apothecary.
So where are you getting off?
He is getting off here, so it's just the closer one.
It's kind of a toss-up between these two because you'd actually have to go like.
So, yeah, that's actually, fine. But...
That's the closer one.
Sorry, which one did you say was the closer one?
This one. The one by the slums.
Yeah. Then, yeah. probably, yeah, he'll go off on the slums. It's probably better because he knows either way, because he knows Proteus is in the Blue Rose Theater and he doesn't have to cross a bridge. So if he needs to get out and escape, there's plenty of escape paths.
All right, are you going straight to the apothecary?
Yes.
All right, roll a d6 for me.
Oh boy, here we go, guys.
The apothecary is cursed.
Yes, it is. 2.
All right. Yeah, so you go through the streets of the Tavern Row and you pass by the massive Blue Rose Theater. You see some like actors outside of there, just kind of on their break, eating stuff. But you manage to go by there, and you eventually reach the artificer and apothecary outpost.
All right. Yeah, and then he's gonna walk on in.
All right. So yeah, you're in the. What's your intention in here? What do you want to do?
He's going to go to Polly and show him the feather.
All right. So yeah, you like kind of the Roomba steel defender kind of takes you there, and yeah, it's kind of this like lower basement area where all these like wires and tubes are going into the room. And as you knock on the door, you see the Porygon and say, "Ah, welcome, Nicholas."
Hey, Polly.
Or no, he doesn't. It's so hard.
Yeah,
Gorvin.
Gorvin.
Gorvin, it's a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, it's nice to see you too. I have a item of interest that I figured I'd show you.
Oh, I'd be happy to look at it for you.
All right, he walks in and he pulls out the feather and he says, "There was an incident with with an alchemist named Rebecca and a bunch of the Hallowed Flames where some strange monster apparently attacked them in some garden east of the town. And we, as we were, as they mentioned that it apparently was invincible, but this Rebecca happened to find this feather. We already learned something interesting about it. It seems to have strong regenerative capabilities in the sunlight. But I figured I'd give it to you and see if you can glean anything yourself about it, since you seem to be an expert."
I would be happy to try. May I see that?
Yeah, and Nick will hand it to him.
And come in, and I can take it over to my lab.
All right.
Yeah, and yeah. So what I'm gonna do is you're gonna kind of help him, and you are gonna do the study action 3 times. Just let me see what you would be doing, what study action it is. But because he is with you, you're gonna get a pretty big bonus to it.
Oh boy.
All right, so this is gonna be Arcana, so it's gonna be at advantage. You're gonna do it 3 times.
Okay, can I Bardic Inspiration myself for these 3?
Yep, definitely, and you could do it in between if you wish.
All right, cool. All right, I cannot remember what the advantage syntax is.
It's like putting a K there or something.
K1,
Depends
I
on the
think.
bot you're using.
Yeah. I think
Probably
this
gonna
might
be-
be it, but if it's wrong, we'll see.
Gonna be
I can't tell if that did it correctly or not. I don't think it did. I don't think
no,
it did.
that seems to be correct.
Oh,
Because if you add all the numbers together, that would be 18. So either it's skipping on the other two or it cut out on the 4.
All right.
Well, it rolled 2. It rolled 3 dice, and it should have only rolled 2 and kept the highest.
Well, no, it's just showing you the 3 it rolled and it dropped the 4, right?
Yeah.
Oh, 8 plus 6 plus 4 is 18, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then yeah.
All right. So, okay, so he puts it in a machine, and yeah, you start like helping him, like you're pretty much his assistant right now, where he's like putting the feather, he's burning it, and then he's like lets this little he opens this window that lets in sunlight, and it like kind of watches it regenerate, and he begins taking down notes. And he also refracts the sunlight off of it, and it kind of lets out this small burst of light when the sunlight directly hits it. And what he basically tells you from this is whatever did this is capable of dealing radiant damage and can blind people. And it is immune to radiant damage and possibly fire damage because the feather did not burn properly. And whenever this is in bright, direct sunlight, it will heal whatever creature this came from.
Alright, got put into my notes.
Mhm.
Interesting. And slightly annoying considering where typical standards of fighting is, but still interesting.
Yeah. All right, and you go on to the second one.
Alright.
It's the same check, except you're finding out something else.
Alright, gotcha. Uh, 25.
All right, this whatever he's kind of analyzing the nature of the feather now, like what kind of type of creature it could be associated with, like abjuration, celestials. Like he seems to be convinced on a celestial, but what he finds out is it seems to be from a fae. And he posits, if you're as good as your digital replicates, whatever produced this feather you would best use abilities like protection from evil and good, or magic circle. If you have access to those.
Alright. That's very good to know.
Yes, and I had suspicions this might have been some sort of celestial being, but it appears to be a fae. So do not... And they are often confused with common beasts from Mystery Dungeon, so spells that affect beasts will not affect whatever this is.
Gotcha. We'll have to keep that in mind.
And the last check.
Alrighty. $22.
All right. Another aspect is that you're able to discern from the feather is because it is a fae, it probably cannot be charmed. And it has some... Sunlight appears to be what is giving this power. It's very much like Superman. And if it has access to sunlight, it might be able to teleport too.
That's very interesting.
There's also untapped potential in this feather, meaning it could get brighter under some circumstances. Perhaps some defensive measure. If you were able to get through its regeneration, it would potentially become more volatile with this light.
All right, that's all. That's also going to be very good to know.
Would there be anything else you would try with a feather that is giving off radiant energy, and with what you've learned, is there anything else you think you would be able to have any questions of what this might be or some property of it?
Does it appear to have like any specific weaknesses?
Taking it, stopping sunlight from hitting it.
Okay, so no elemental weaknesses or anything like that.
No. It is straight up immune to radiant and resistant to fire, though.
All right.
This is what we call the Witcher method of monster hunting.
I assume we probably wouldn't be able to figure out if it has any way of producing its own light, but
It does, but it needs actual sunlight.
okay.
Is what's causing the regeneration factor, and potentially can teleport too.
Gotcha. So that's definitely telling us that stuff. Let's see. That's all I think I can think of. Yeah, that's all I could think of to get from, at least from the feather of that creature.
Okay. Do your best, and if you plan on hunting this creature, do scan it for me.
Yeah. No, we definitely will do that. I'm sure you'll get plenty of good data from it.
Yes, I would like to. To be fair too, I'd like to pit your digital counterparts against it too.
Of course. I almost shouldn't even be surprised.
Yes, for data, of course.
Yeah, I understand, for data.
For science, yes.
In any case, all right, for now, believe that's all the questions I have.
Well, I hope I helped.
Yeah. Just so you know, we, did find what your coffee maker was turned into. Some Salandits happened to be using it as parts in a mech.
Oh, well, I did not expect to hear this. That is, quite odd. It was a coffee maker, but I suppose I did have some peculiar parts in there.
Yeah, that's probably what they took it for. Unfortunately, we smashed the mech, so you're not going to be getting your coffee maker back anytime soon.
Well, that's okay. It's data is forever. Coffee makers are temporary.
Yeah, I suppose so. In any case, I'll be on my way. And as he leaves, he's probably gonna take the claws that we prepared as data while we're prepared for the data while we're here.
All right. Yeah, you can just pick those up at the front foyer. Just give them the scanner, and they will know who you are.
All right, gotcha. Well, talk to you again soon.
Yes, I hope to get more data and information from you, and best in your hunt.
Mm-hmm. I'll certainly need it.
All right. Yeah, you just gonna go to the foyer and hand them the scanner. They kind of scan it and give you the box with the claws in it.
Yep. All right, and with that, I think Nick's probably gonna take the rail back to the. Yeah, Nick's probably gonna go to the rail and take it to the university to try and meet up with the others.
All right. So you're gonna just kind of walk back past the theater and go to the.
Yeah.
All right. So roll another d6 for me.
My hatred is eternal.
Okay, another 2.
We like rolling 2 today.
All right, I will say you do that, and you're from the hours you spent in the research. You get back with and more or less you only see Dante for the time being, but Malcolm eventually follows.
Actually, Malcolm has one more thing to say to
Oh,
Professor Arkells.
what's that?
Well, okay, so Malcolm's about to leave class that night. He opens the door to walk out, but then he kind of closes it behind him and rolls back up to Professor Arkells and says, "There's one more thing I didn't tell you, Professor Arkells.
And what is that?
I kind of know where my wild magic comes from. So, there was this rock that I ate this one time, and after that I got, I can do this, and he explodes once,
All right.
and immediately turns it off.
Well, roll a d20 to see what you get.
Please don't be 9.
Oh no!
Oh,
What a waste.
Is
That's
that the
okay.
everything happens one?
no, that's you get an extra attack.
Oh,
Yeah, so I like to think maybe there's a duplicate of Malcolm now. Made out of prismatic energy. Uh-oh, are you still there? No, you're not. Yeah, okay.
oh no.
Don't worry, I'm still here.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I like to think there's just a Malcolm with prismatic energy made out of the iridescent energy next to you.
yeah.
Crystal
It's just a
Malcolm.
terrestrialized Malcolm on top of Malcolm.
Yeah.
I can't
Wearing
believe
Yeah,
Wild
it's not-
Switch is just terrestrialization.
Malcolm looks at it and says, "Oh, that's a new one."
Indeed. You say you ate a rock.
Yeah, it was green like grass, and I think there was some purple in it too.
Do an insight check.
Okay.
Do you get a bonus to that while raging?
I don't think insight is part of that.
I don't
No.
think so either, but
That's unfortunate. Let me just check though. Nope, no, none of that.
just perception and survival from the wisdoms.
18.
You see him like genuinely kind of like sifting through your mind of like what you could possibly be talking about. And he says, I'm not aware of any particular stone or rock that would be capable of doing that. Are you sure it was not a magic item?
No, I don't think so.
I am very much at a loss of as to what that could possibly be.
All right. Well, if you don't know what it is, then no one probably does, huh?
Well, like I said, Malcolm, it's no one, the smartest people admit when they don't know everything. And
Well,
try to surround themselves with those who may know, who are experts in certain places.
all right. Well, that's all I wanted to tell you.
Yes, you did a adequate job today. I expect better from you for next time.
All right. And the prismatic Malcolm just kind of pops into kind of like the terrestrialization when it breaks, just shatters everywhere, and yeah, he rolls out of the room.
Yeah, and you eventually meet with Nicholas and Dante.
Okay.
Is there anything you wish to discuss?
No, Nick's gonna say that he's got info for right now, but it's best to save for when Proteus is here so he could tell everyone.
Yeah, I got stuff too.
All right. So you guys are just gonna go back to the hotel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're going back to the hotel. Okay.
Oh, then
And I don't see why not.
all right. Then I will go to Proteus then, where yeah, you've kind of had a pretty successful day here, and they some other actors are getting attention, not just the leads. Is there anything else you would wish to do around the theater?
Um, I guess I would try to like, yeah, well, I can't do that right away. Yeah, he'd probably do what he always does when he finds a new place and continue to look for entrances and exit points from the place.
Okay. You can do investigation then.
13.
You're so wrapped up in your you're so wrapped up in your performance today. You just maybe you're a little overconfident and just kind of give everything a once over. It's like, yeah, good enough.
All right. Do we have like trap doors or anything on the stage play, or is it like totally flush?
There is a trapdoor. There's just one that kind of it's on the stage and leads to the backstage. But like kind of going underneath it and just kind of it's like a little hatch.
All right. I'll probably poke around down there just to make sure everything is as it appears down there.
All right. Yeah, you can do an investigation down there then.
18.
You find down there's a cache of healing potions in a bag.
What?
And it was devilishly hidden. Like, because there's kind of like sandbags and other things down here. It was clearly hidden down here. It's easily accessed, but it was just kind of just moving some stuff aside. And there's like a little satchel with some healing potions inside.
I'm like, what is there anything of like note on like the satchel or anything like that?
It's just a black satchel with 4 greater healing potions in it. And
All right, well,
it's pretty close to the hatch too.
yeah, interesting. Okay, well, uh, I'm gonna take those.
All right. You have 4 greater healing potions.
All right, and yeah, I think with all of that, everything I needed to do with the theater today is, well, let me go look at this again. Yeah, where's that camera guy? Or not the camera guy, like the lighting dude.
The Dawn fan?
Yeah.
He is working on the lights. And it's not specific, like, so there's like stage lights.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see him
And
kind of like the curtain's open right now, and there's a lot of stagehands walking around, and like he's kind of, you just see him like with this large pole with a light on it, and he's just like adjusting it and like putting screws in it and everything.
yeah, and Proteus will say, "Well, that was a good day of work out there."
Yeah, you did really good.
Yeah. So so have you. Everything is working well. How have you been maintaining these? I'm curious.
Oh yeah, well I've been, we're the unsung heroes of the theater industry, right? we set everything up, and we don't get the credit, but it's a thankless job, but I enjoy it.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a spotlight, that's for sure.
Exactly. Just it's my job to make you look better, or if people can see you.
Yeah, you're our shadows, if you were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I should probably ask Giovanni about how much I'm being paid for this, actually.
Oh yeah, see, yeah, well, that the new that girl he found, he's well, she's got him under. Well, she gets a special treatment. And so Well, what I heard, he just absolutely had to have her as the leading role, and well, she's on his beck and call.
Yeah, well, at the very least, she seems to know her stuff.
Yeah, I have to admit, she's no slouch at singing. I don't know. You know, it would have been a little more professional if she went through an auditioning process. There's plenty of actresses in Limhausen that would have loved for a shot at this, I think.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it's a little curious, but at the same time, maybe she was the inspiration he had to choose this particular story to tell.
Yes, he's very adamant in telling the story, and perhaps it will be his last, but he seems to, especially with that merchant running around. I don't know where she came from, but I could see right through her. She just wants the money.
Yeah, well, at the very least, she knows that you need to, you know, she doesn't want to cut and run, I guess. She wants to increase the money coming in so she can get a cut of it herself rather than trying to cut and run, so to speak.
Yeah, she's wormed her way into a producer role, but I don't think she's really producing anything but ideas.
Yeah. Do you think that our contracts are going to go through her now?
Well, I've already signed a contract.
Okay, so it might just be me who has that fate then.
Yes. But honestly, I think it would. No, well, wouldn't you agree? It'd probably be a little more fair if we got a new lead lady. Like, as good as she is, it just isn't fair that she's just picked off the street like he did.
Well, I mean, I suppose
Like, you
would I
went.
not?
I know you went through the. I watched it. You went through the audition process, but she didn't even have to.
Yeah, Proteus will shrug.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's just me thinking aloud. Maybe you could. I know we're close to the premiere, but it just. I don't know. It seems a little more fair. We should go to the Actors Guild instead of just some random nobody.
Isn't that what he tends to do? Is go
Ex-
to the streets rather than to the Actors Guild?
no, he goes to the Actors Guild first, usually, and, well, then he goes to the streets after something goes wrong. But he's just skipping a step now. Well, with her anyway.
Well, I think that she fits the part well enough.
Fair enough. I'm no actor. It's just I'm just thinking of what would be fair here, right?
Yeah. I can see why I can see where you're coming from. Did he have Dirk audition?
Yes. Oh, you remember that guy?
Yeah, well, to a point. He talks about the two of them like as if he picked them up at the same time, so I was just curious.
Well, he auditioned, and well, he just came over back to the theater with her, saying she was gonna be the lead for this elaborate retelling of the story. And it just, the fate of this theater is hinging on how this goes, and it's just, I know I'm reiterating, I can't get over the fact he just picked some nobody off the street first before an audition process.
Yeah, well, I suppose the best entrepreneurs were also some of the biggest risk takers.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But I'll let you get back to it.
Yeah.
But thanks for the chat.
Yeah. Anytime. He goes back to fixing light.
Yeah, I guess I will go find either Anna or Giovanni now.
Yeah. You could find either one of them. You can pretty much see anyone here.
Yeah, I'll probably go to Giovanni first and say, so I suppose that we do technically have to talk about my contract.
Sorry, heavens forgive me. That the note just completely that I originally wished you to come here because of that, but that dreaded, awful, wretched note had me on edge all day. But yes, we can deal with that. And he kind of takes you into his office.
All right.
Yeah. All right. It's very simple. It's just merely the play. Well, the show fails, and you will get 1,000 gold. But if it succeeds, and everyone is happy, and we get to stay, you will get 6,000. Do these numbers sound fair?
Given the line density I have, like what would be like my rate per line given that math?
Do a history check to see how his rates are.
Dirty 20.
You would know this is more than generous with what he's offering you right now. Meaning, what you know about him, this guy's really irresponsible with money. The fact he'd give you anything if it fails is like a testament to that.
Yeah, I think Proteus would say, well, I think 750 if things go awry would probably be a bit more reasonable, but otherwise, yeah, I think this looks fine.
Do a persuasion roll.
It's gonna be so funny if I failed to convince him to bring the price down. 21.
Well, Ivy's putting quite a drain on my coffers already, but she has such an angelic voice, I cannot do this without her, but... would 7,000 be alright?
I think he misunderstood.
Uh,
Oh, wait, what did you propose?
I propose 750 gold if it failed instead of 1,000.
Oh, okay, so you're actually downplaying it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, certainly. That could be arranged if that's what you wish. I thought you said you wanted to go up to like 7,500 for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
I was thinking it, but yeah, I was like, we could probably use that funding elsewhere. So
Well, it's very generous of you, but yes, I can agree to those terms.
all right, then that's what I'll do.
All right. Then he just gets you to sign on the dotted line, and it's all in paper. The show will be uh the Monday after the Professor Ozzy comes and sets up everything. Sorry, the next Friday. So
Okay, so
this
it's-
Friday they're coming to set up everything, and then the Friday after that is when the show is slated.
Less than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Very good.
And
Well, there we go. It's official now.
yes, just please let this go off without a hitch. Do not let them disrupt the show and more or less kill my star.
Yeah. Well, again, I have a couple tricks up my sleeve.
Okay, I hope they are known to be proficient killers and schemers and assassins, and they deal in poison. Could you imagine if they use poison on my precious Ivy?
Well, fortunately, there's there I have some remedies for that. But I think she'll be fine.
Okay, well, I will put my trust in you and your allies to keep the theater and Ivy safe.
Yeah, Proteus will nod.
And he'll let you leave if you don't have any more questions.
I do not.
All right.
And I'll probably go back to, I guess the hotel is where we're meeting. So
All right. Before you leave the theater, Ivy is there.
okay,
Appears to be waiting for you.
all right. Proteus will hear what she has to say.
I'm coming over tomorrow for breakfast. Then she just walks away.
He really likes the tarts.
All right. He'll keep a mental note of that and make his way back.
All right. Since you are close enough to the lightning rail, you can make it back to the hotel fine. All right. And we'll say you all, by coincidence, all just reconvene at the same time. Everything took the exact same amount of time as night falls.
Convenient.
Yeah.
Alright, I got some information for you also. Let's hop on into our room and let's talk.
All right, we'll do this the extra secure way with zone of discretion.
Okay. It is up.
Alright, so, Proteus, you don't know this, but to make a long story short, the Hell Flames and that one alchemist were attacked by some sort of strange creature on their way to rout some bandits, and it resulted in 2 casualties, one injury and one very blinding injury, and Rebecca making it just barely to the edge of town.
Like 2 casualties.
Were there? Oh, there was only one casualty. Never mind.
Yeah. There's only one.
Yeah, one casualty, one problem, and make it to the edge of town. Rebecca luckily happened to get a feather from the creature, and I learned quite a bit thanks to Polly about it. It appears to be, first off, annoyingly, it is likely immune to radiant and fire damage, so our usual means of offense are going to have to change for it.
Not really. True Strike doesn't have to do radiant damage.
Oh. Right. Okay, never mind. Okay, well, my fancy means of offense is going to have to change for it, but fair
Yeah,
enough.
unfortunately, that new spell you picked up has had an unfortunate fate.
Yeah. We're not going to be able to fight that thing during the day. The nights when they attempted to fight it, they weren't able to damage it faster than it could heal. And it seems to heal in direct sunlight. Not only that, but it deals radiant damage and it has the ability to blind people, so we're going to need to be prepared for that if we're going to go after it.
Well, I could think
Also,
of a few methods to screw with it.
yeah, especially considering it's Fey. So, Polly recommended protection from good and evil and magic circle against it. My neat flute has one of those things, and I'm sure Dante can potentially prepare them as well.
Protection from good and evil.
If we were marginally more powerful, we could just spam banishment against it until it went away.
Protection from good and evil, and what else?
Magic circle.
Isn't
Noted.
that the thing that like glues it?
It does a bunch of things. It's not a beast, so anything that affects beasts normally aren't going to affect it, and it's immune to charms. And it seems to be able to teleport while in sunlight as well.
So we're gonna have to fight it at night then?
Yeah.
Magic circle will prevent him from teleporting if we can get him inside of it.
Yeah, there's that too.
Means
But it's a 1 minute cast.
sort of thing that I would have to be setting up beforehand, and then we'd have to lure it into a trap.
Might be
Anyone-
hard to do.
Anyone know the daylight
Given it's
spell?
apparently staying in a garden, who knows if it'll even leave it.
Probably not. Oh, it's hard
I
to be
mean-
sure.
The Hallowed Flames, do they fight at the day or at night?
You
It
know.
was probably...
Oh.
Yeah, we don't know, but it was probably day.
I mean, we could go ask them.
Yeah, we could go inquire about that later if we want.
Rather, someone with a bus pass. You can go ask them.
We might just all need bus passes at this point.
Current rate, it might be a good idea.
'Cause if you ride it twice and that's $20, automatically the thing is going to start paying for itself really quickly.
Regardless, it's possible that its radiant powers could get stronger as it becomes more desperate. So that's something we'll need to pay attention to as well.
Yeah, I don't think darkness is going to do much good against it. I suspect it's packing daylight.
Certainly a possibility, yeah.
I don't think it'd be wise for us to go up against it without dispel magic.
Well, let me check just to be sure.
Dante can
What?
get the spell magic.
Yeah, Nick has it automatically prepared.
Yeah, we can as well just print out spell scrolls for it as if we might be a good idea. Just so we don't waste the spell slot on it.
Yeah, and knowing this information, I might see if the Hell Flames might be willing to provide some of those spells. Or at least, if not those spells, the components would be good as well.
They're probably willing to help if we're going to handle that for them.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the information I got from Polly on this thing. It sounds like it's something that's going to be pretty dangerous.
Yeah. By the way, when we got home, could I have this conversation take place while casting Identify on the potions?
Yep. And well, you'd have to do it on each of them, so it'd like be 40 minutes to get all of them. But they are all greater healing potions.
Okay. Would have been funny if they were poison potions. Just hoping Ivy would drink them. All right. So it's
Don't think we should fight it tonight. We're still going to want to talk to the Hell Flame and stuff like that, but I think this is something we're going to want to take care of sooner rather than later.
yeah. Though the more time we spend doing expenditures like that, the
If-
less time we have to either investigate the school or to enhance my spellcasting capabilities.
Got a lot of
Because
things pulling us
I
every
did
which
not
way.
do. I barely put it through today.
Yeah, though this is clearly the creature is clearly caused by the ether. That's that's not up for debate. So this is going to be a problem we have to deal with sooner or later, and my since we know it exists, I would prefer to get it done sooner rather than let the Hell Flames mount their own sort of attempted offensive and either A, get themselves killed, or B, if they do manage to find it out, they may end up finding the ether, and that'll cause some problems for us.
They're gonna
Beacon.
find out about that one way or another.
Yes,
Oh.
but the longer it takes, the better.
Speaking of the ether, Professor Arakelis doesn't even know what it is.
I'm
You
kind of surprised about that.
It just means that it's of a need to know basis in the MDRA.
Well, yeah,
left before it was.
but if he did, since he doesn't know what it is, he can't really be involved with this whole ether smuggling thing, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say the hallowed flames, they're boorish, but they would win eventually. I'm not saying we want a death toll, but what I am saying is someone will take care of that eventually. No one taking care of the university or Ivy. We are the only people on those lines.
Well, the Ivy line is not going to happen until the play starts. We've got time for that.
Yeah, though we also still have to make sure that we put forth our best foot in making sure it goes well anyway, because even if she survives it, if it goes poorly, it will have been for nothing.
I'm aware, though we've already started doing that and we will continue. As for the university, well, the thing about this is what's happening out there will have to take care of it at night, whereas investigating the university will happen mostly during the day. So, I don't, it's not impossible that we can do both.
Yeah. It would definitely be easier for me to be splitting attention if I could get a few spells from Estelle as scrolls to put in, rather than having to go to the university and painstakingly do them one at a time. I could then do them in my sleep.
Well, I could use sending on Estelle to have her come over and take the inert ether we have.
Yeah, perhaps we can put a request for some of those spells.
And if I could fit it within 25 words of what spells do you want?
Yeah. Well, we might want to fast forward this part because this is like shopping.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. You say what spells you need.
Yeah, because I imagine I
Yeah.
won't be the only one putting in requests anyway, so
Yeah.
I guess I'll tell Estelle to come with the ether and have her bring like X spell scrolls.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll burn off one of the sending scrolls for
yeah.
that.
Maybe we tell her to come a little bit later in the day, like at 10 or something, 9. I don't know, whenever, like an hour after we get up or something. Because, yeah, this is where I'm going to tell everyone, yeah, Ivy wants to come back over tomorrow.
You see
Wait,
Nicholas groan and
why?
he puts his claws to his temple and says, "Great, we're gonna have to deal with her in the mornings. Joy.
Texas tarts.
Maybe finding the recipe is a good idea."
Yeah.
She seemed to also be a bit jealous of the room.
The accommodations. Hey, I'm not entirely opposed to her helping us if she wants to.
Well, it's just gonna be hard having her here, and Estelle will be here sometimes, and she wants us to kill her.
Well, we
That's
could at
only if
least,
she suspects, but that's also why I told Nick to have Estelle come a little bit later in the day.
yeah. If Ivy only comes in the mornings, then that's less of a worry.
And if nothing else, I can make her invisible. Well, kind of. I can make a conveniently shaped bookcase up here. But what did happen at school then?
Well, like I told you, I talked to Professor Eric Kellis, and I don't think he has anything to do with what's going on there. But he doesn't think that the other two mana-born professors have anything to do with it either. He says that Professor Soulshade could probably get past all of the magic security things, but he wouldn't know what to do with the Necronomicon. And he says that Nightingale's already pushing the boundaries of the edict so much that she probably wouldn't risk it.
During the class with her today, more and more weird cases with her that's making me curious.
Like what?
The how do I put this? Well, she's very much uh clear about the idea that, well, every kind of magic has a line that defines what's good or bad with it. So she he kind of just sort of sits there for half a second. I don't know. It's hard how to put it exactly, but I can see that she has a morality to her regarding the necromancy, as much as I disdain it.
Well, if that's true, then there's one test that I think we would have to attempt to employ, though. If there's protections in place for it, it might not go so well for us.
And that is
Nestill's magic aura. If we can mask our signature to appear as that of a teacher, and then disguise as a teacher, then it means that it could have been someone in the students, or, well, I guess anyone who is mana born that got through the holes, I suppose. Though, obviously, that would make things a lot trickier, but
I mean, what if you were to
given the
ask
way
someone
that
like,
Soul Shade works, if it were me, I'd put up an alarm spell for the moment anyone tried to cast the thing.
it's a shame we can't ask Mordine directly about an idea like that.
The only other thing I can think of, well, I guess to be fair, it does last a day, so we could just cast it before showing up on campus, but that also means that you would have to leave campus real quickly. Walk on campus with it on you. We see if it points to you as a teacher or at least gets confused in some way, and then you get the heck out of there. And then if nothing happens, oh, that's actually probably the most ideal scenario, to be honest. Because it means it'd be a lot harder to trick. But that would be yet another spell we'd have to add to the list.
So many spells.
Maybe we could just ask Professor Eric Ellis, if that would work.
He'd probably just say, "Go ask Soul Shade. He's the one who put it up."
Malcolm frowns and says, "No, I don't think he would."
What he was like when I talked to him about stuff like that.
Here, Malcolm does seem to be on better terms with him.
Yeah. I suppose maybe he doesn't pawn you off if he deems you worthy of his presence.
Yeah, Dante just kind of shrugs.
Did you ever lie to him?
Proteus is. I don't. I definitely told him half truths.
Yeah, he doesn't like it when you do that.
Well, it's called misleading. You don't lie. You just make sure that you leave out the details that would make things complicated.
Malcolm,
So,
how much do you
partial
trust?
lie.
How much do you trust Professor Arkellis?
Malcolm kind of like pokes his hooves together and he says, "Well, I told him how I got my wild magic, and it nothing bad happened. It's how I know that he doesn't know what this ether stuff is."
Yeah, if anything, that's his greatest alibi, is the one that he didn't know he gave. Well, at least we're assuming that the Necronomicon's disappearance and this are connected.
Well, I mean, I would assume it is because the slimy things we were dealing with, didn't they have in not worky ether in it?
Enigma
Or
energy?
the students, anyway.
Hmm.
Wait.
I'm like, I think
I don't
did
actually remember
I
them
think they
dropping.
did.
Yeah, they did. I remember because I remember being worried that there was one in. One second. Malcolm would remember. Quill forgot.
Figure.
Figgery, thank you. In Figgery.
Oh.
Yeah, well, fair point.
Hmm. The Necronomicon situation is complicated.
If you ask me, that's more concerning than a radiant damage moth.
Like I said, we could do both.
Yeah, but we have to prioritize one or the other.
Not strictly.
Well, we can't do both at once.
Well, when Estelle gets here, maybe we should ask her if some kind of thing like what the Hell of Flames is dealing with can be brought here using the ether. If it can, then maybe this is worth looking into after all.
Yeah, we might also want to check in with our friend who's also known to do otherworldly summoning.
Who's that?
No.
Oranos.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Well, he's a long way away.
I know where he'd be at this point.
The question is if he's 100 miles away.
Gosh.
Because if he is, I can talk to him.
Oh my gosh.
Gosh.
Well, we're about to sleep. Cast the spell and find out.
Yeah. We'll give it a try.
Um. How
DM
far?
loading screen.
Well, I'm just trying to determine how. So that's
100 miles is
yeah,
like as big as
Chicago
a
to
state.
Portland. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at it's pretty much like Chicago to Portland. So yeah, you could.
That's half the United States.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could definitely get him.
All right, we're just gonna have this little disc appear on the wall, and we'll see where he is.
All right. So yeah, as you're I guess you're gonna see this for the first time, Nicholas.
Wait,
Oh,
Crow. Are you sure that's from Chicago to Portland? Because that looks more like it'd be 1,000 miles, not 100.
oh, maybe I put in an extra 0.
Yeah, like it should be the size of like
A
one
state.
state.
Yeah.
It's about a third the size of Oregon itself.
Yeah, I'll say you can probably reach him.
Oh yeah, I just checked it. Like the route distance says it's like 2,119
Yeah.
miles.
Maybe I put I put an extra 0 in my maps. All right. Yeah. So yeah, I'll say you can get him. So you're gonna. I guess only Nicholas is gonna see him for the first time. But yeah, you draw a circle on the wall, and it's from like behind him. So you kind of like see this kind of older shaman kind of like putting bugs and plants inside of a cooking pot, and then he turns around and he's like, "Oh my god!"
I wasn't expecting this either.
Ioranos.
What? Oh, it's you 3 again? What do you want?
Well,
How
I
are you
was
doing
hoping-
this?
don't worry about it. It's a spell that our new friend here knows.
Nick just gives Proteus this look.
Well, I've seen weirder things. What is it?
We were wondering. We went to the larger city and we found some seemingly otherworldly creature might be hanging around. We don't know if you've had any success. I'm guessing not
Well,
in escaping, but would they have told you anything? They kept telling us weird things when we last spoke with them with you.
who is this? Who is they?
The little imps, demon things.
What are you referring to?
The demons like come out and they like would like say like a bunch of like annoying
Yeah.
but somewhat prophetic riddles and stuff. So Proteus is asking if he had summoned more of them, if they would have
Oh, no.
done anything like that.
No, I haven't risked summoning anything stronger than the last one. I do not wish to risk that, and I got nothing from the one we summoned together.
So, do you think that it's possible to like summon like a fae using these sorts of things that you're doing? I mean, like especially with like special rocks, maybe magic rocks.
Yes, you could definitely do that. What are you exactly dealing with?
Fighting or gonna fight? Hey guys, show him the feather.
Nick feels a little shocked by all this, but he pulls out the feather.
Just a second. You're showing it to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a 3 on determining what that is.
Reroll!
Okay. Are you,
Reroll.
well, I
Yeah,
did. All right. Well, no, it's actually 15. Well, the first one was 5. This one is 15. No, wait, the first one is 6. No, this one's 15. He looks at it, and Wait, that's an owlbear feather. It's a you probably wouldn't know what this is. It's a monstrosity from one of the planes, but it is not a fae.
Or at least it was not originally a fae.
Yes, if that is what happened, but that is definitely, and they don't shine like that, but that is definitely an owlbear feather with the knowledge I attained through my passage to here.
That's weird.
It's
'Cause
quite a, well, believe it or not, it's quite a mundane creature, but
Well, this one, however it got this ability, it's really strong and light. Would you happen to know of any way that we could lure it out during darkness or nighttime?
oh, I know of owlbear's existence, but they're usually just they're usually a they're a peculiar amalgamation beast that hunts like any other beast. I've never heard of them having anything to do with light, sunlight. But I would assume is to think what a creature like that would do is how sunlight relates to it if it's been augmented with these abilities.
Yeah, guys, I
we-
think we got to look into this.
yeah, the weird thing is, it's supposed to be Fae. So the fact that you're looking at this and seeing an owl bear means something weird's happening here.
Well, I mean, it's probably just been mutated.
And how would it have been mutated?
Ain't that a good question?
Probably the rocks.
Yeah, well, that's
Does
Well,
he know about the rocks?
yeah. We
Yeah.
blew one up in front of him.
Yeah, you weren't there for that. Whoever you are.
Gorvin.
Well, I prefer not to share my name, but it appears they have given me one.
I asked you about it before we left, and you said it was fine.
Well, it's fine, but you're allowed to call me that. I'm not judging you or anything. It's just, yes, you can call me that. But how were you able to determine this is a fae?
A researcher who's familiar with the creatures like this. I gave him the feather and he did some experiments on it, and we were able to determine a number of things about this creature. And Nick's probably going to tell Oranos basically all the things he learned.
We'll
Well,
point out we only have 10 minutes with this spell.
okay. Well, I'll I'll do it when like 10 minutes expire. I'll do it when 6 o'clock expires. He says to you, well, if you're certain it's a fae, it's somehow its biological makeup was changed.
Yeah, that sounds like what the rocks can do. They changed me.
I mean, it's not out of the question for the Feywild itself either.
But from what I have seen of your powers, they're random. Well, this was deliberately. It sounds more deliberate, whatever happened to this owl bear.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Hmm.
And again, it is strange. Usually, well, not usually, but where you would encounter a creature like an owlbear is a mystery dungeon, so what it would be doing outside of one is concerning.
That's apparently those rocks that blew up in front of you is apparently doing a lot, bringing a lot of creatures like that from outside mystery dungeons. This one appears to be inside a garden.
Well, if it preys on sunlight, then a garden would make sense.
Yeah, suppose so.
I don't have that feather, so I can't determine anything about it for you, but that's just what I know.
That's
Oh.
okay. You've already helped us a lot.
Yeah, and like I said, we got it examined here, and I don't think it's going to be. I don't think we're going to be able to really give it to you, so. At the very least, we know more about it now.
Okay, well, I was just cooking my dinner.
Your dinner involves that stuff?
I live out in the middle of a swamp. Beggars can't be choosers.
I suppose.
Is there anything else you need?
I think that should cover it. Good hunting, Aranos.
Yes. Well, how do you turn this off?
Proteus will just drop concentration.
As like he's looking around to see how to gets rid of it out of his hut. Yeah, and then yeah, you're left in your hotel room again.
All right. Well, time to go make a dress. Buff me.
Yeah. This is the last thing we'll do on the session.
Okay.
All right. Nick's gonna give you Bardic Inspiration.
Bolster.
Yeah.
I can't do anything because enhances ability is only an hour and it's concentration.
You can still do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's
What,
my
intelligence.
intelligence plus sleight of hand, so that's an 8 in total.
With advantage.
And then we get bolsters D3, and then the bardic inspiration is D8 plus 2.
And then
Yeah.
we're gonna pop on guidance, assuming you want it.
Oh yeah. Well, enhanced abilities concentration, isn't it?
Malcolm guidance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Malcolm guidance for a grand total of 42.
Oh my fudging
That was a
god!
natural 19.
Oh my fudging god!
And I think 8 on the bardic inspiration as well.
Yeah.
Which is 10.
Yeah.
And max on the guide and max on the I think that's a guidance on the end there. The 4? No, that's the disadvantage, I think.
The 2 is the probably the
Bolster.
Malcolm bolster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I
yeah.
think the 4 was
Pretty
the
close to max.
The 4 was
Yeah.
was the first die that got thrown away, I think, from the D20.
I think it's like
Yeah.
it's like Is it like too shy from max?
Yeah, that's
It's too shy from as good as it could have possibly been.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No 3. It's 3 shy.
In your, I guess, partially while you're awake and then partially in your sleep, you, using the design recommendation on the back of the death threat, you were able to make a pretty friggin' nice dress. Like, when she gave this to you, you don't know really why she wanted it to be like this, because the one she had was definitely, it looked expensive and it looked really gorgeous. Well, this one was just, it kind of like looked nice, but you managed to make it look expensive, look nice, and look gorgeous. So yeah, you've got a pretty nice dress that has like it's green, and it kind of has shades of green too throughout it, so they just they blend together like a gradient. And there's like almost this like kind of butterfly wings on the back, but they're not like outspread like a butterfly. They're just kind of they're smaller, but there's clearly like a butterfly inspiration to it.
it's like a bow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it has like the patterns that butterfly wings that would have on them. But yeah, it's pretty freaking nice. And you wake up with it in your hands. Yeah, and we'll leave off on that note.
Oh boy.
Yeah. All right. I love giving you decision paralysis. All right. Yeah, so we'll end there, and we'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Yep. See you then.
Good. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.